In this lecture, we're creating.
Rewins ett säger.
Hello and welcome to the delivery.
Yo, that's fast. Hey. See, you thought I'd break my streak, but it's my streak. I can't break it. And once I end up opening Unity, we'll see if like it's a little better or not. I took it off. Okay, it actually wasn't on power saving mode. It was on balanced mode, but I can put it on best performance in the Windows settings. So I don't know. Maybe that will. It's more of a thing about using battery. But yeah, maybe that'll help. We'll see.
Hello and welcome to the Delivery Dash project. We're going to be making a simple top-down 2D car game where you drive around picking up packages and delivering those packages to customers. We're going to cover a whole bunch of introductory programmer concepts like what are variables and if statements and methods. We'll be talking about collision and to customers. We're going to cover a whole bunch of introductory programmer concepts like what are variables and if statements and methods. We'll be talking about collision.
Säger. What the heck is a variable?
I don't know. What is a variable? I think it's that weird thing in math that it's like a mystery.
And triggers. We'll be talking a little bit about Unity units.
Oh, did you know? I'm not sure if I said it in the past rewinds, but if I ever like get really comfortable with C sharp, if yeah, if I'm ever like pretty decent at C sharp, at some point in the future, I would like to learn C++. Those are the only two languages that I'm actually like very interested in. If I have to pick a third, it'd be Python, but I don't really like Python that much. Python's only use is like machine learning in my mind. I don't like the language itself, but yeah, because it's cool.
Programmer concepts like what are variables and if statements and methods. We'll be talking about collision and triggers. We'll be talking a little bit about Unity units. What else are we doing here? Tags. I'll be briefly introducing prefabs.
For sure, but I'm not the best.
Talking about different types of variables like bools, using get component, and a whole bunch of things that allow you just to get your hands dirty using Unity and also to get up to speed with the fundamental programming concepts that we're going to need. In terms of the project itself, let's talk about what we need to have in there. I like looking at a game overview screen. We need to have a player vehicle. We need to have packages that we pick.
Don't worry. See, the way you learn programming the best anyway is not through people teaching, it's through projects and getting feedback on them. Like everyone's been telling this for a really long time. Yes, it's true. Because regardless of like you can get the best explanation ever, programming is just one of those things that's very difficult to understand if you don't see how it works in different contexts.
Rewins ett säger.
Like this is
Det
just
var
how
great.
it is,
Website for free,
unfortunately.
no license assets that I personally use is Chenny.nl.
Ooh, thank you. Yes, good job. I'll save that. That's awesome. That'd be really useful. I'm always on the lookout for things like that, like free assets, especially so that I can be able to like easily like prototype with no worries, without having to spend a lot of time hunting down assets. Though at some point I do want to get into asset creation in Blender and pixel art and Photoshop and stuff like that, which I don't have any experience using those things at all, but I'd like to learn how that works. And maybe even one day, this one will be even more far out because this is of all the areas in game development, the one I'm least interested in. Not that I would never dabble a little, but the one I'm least interested in is sound design and music editing and that kind of stuff because I don't really have any musical experience. It's just, I usually turn the music off in almost every game I play anyway. It's like I'm the type of person that's like, why do we even need music? If anything, it just loops and is annoying. Though a lot of gamers would disagree. If you don't have like good music, then no one will play your game. So it does matter. But I don't know. If I was like a really good game developer and was making a decent chunk of money for my game, I would just hire someone to make the music. It's honestly just easier. It's easier to do that. Like,
Up customers that we deliver to, some obstacles to bump into, boosts to pick up that make the player go faster, and some sort of user interface to indicate whether you've got the boost picked up or not. And when we look at what that means for mechanics we need in our game, by the way, a mechanic or a game mechanic is something that just says what the player can do. So we need to be able to drive forwards and backwards, turn the car left and right, increase speed when we drive over our speed ups or what I'm calling boosts, decrease our speed when we bump into walls or the collision we'll put in the world, pick up packages when we drive over them, deliver the package when we drive over a customer, and some
drive over them. That's violent.
sort of indicator when we have the package. And we're turning it into something that feels like a game, but we won't have a start and a finish and a game over and a go to the next level. We're keeping it nice and simple, just working on a prototype so we can get our core mechanics figured out and get familiar with how Unity works. So I'm super excited that you're going to be working on this, potentially your first ever game you're creating. Let's jump in and get started. Strap in, because in this lecture we're creating a very slowly rotating capsule and learning a few things about methods along the way. So let's get started. Let's start this whole shebang with a challenge for you to start your project. Start a new 2D project using Unity Hub and then add a capsule sprite, which is going to be our car. Create a mono behavior script called driver. Add that script to your capsule sprite and then rename the capsule sprite to give your car a nifty name. Mine's going to be called E.T. McDash Lawsuit.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Time to create a new, I should have did that earlier, but last time I created the Unity project, which was like yesterday basically. It took like 15 minutes for the actual project to create. Sad. Okay. Call this project. What's the name of this one? Okay. Well, create projects. All right, now I just have to wait a year, I guess. No, it's loading. It was loading.
Rewins ett säger, you gotta give the PA massage.
It was like it was loading, and now what happened to it? What what happened to it? Okay, it just disappeared. Like there was a loading screen, and then the loading screen disappeared, and now I'm like, okay, where's my project? I see no evidence that it was created. Like, what just happened?
Rewins ett säger, ensure it's coming back.
This PC could use a massage. It could. I hope it comes back because it's like, what just happened? It's like, I got no error message, nothing. It just where's my project? I think the default behavior is once you create a project, it's supposed to actually open the project in Unity. This did not happen. Oh my god, Unity, I swear to god. Why are you like this? And I was clicking around, I accidentally opened the old project too, so now I have to sit here and wait for the old project to open. I don't know. I should go check the folder that I put it in and see if there's like any files in there, or if there's any evidence that anything happened. Like, ugh. Users. Like, was it like loading a project and then it just gave up? No, there it is. The folders are in here. I think it's like a problem with Unity Hub. Okay. Close this. Let me close Unity Hub and then reopen Unity
Ruins
Hub.
et säger, if in guessing the engine itself is opening still.
You'd think, but there's no... What? God. Okay, the folders were created, but there's no... It's supposed to be in the project section of Unity Hub, so you should be able to click on it and open it up. It's just not there at all for some reason. No, I was just looking to see if there's any hidden things on my screen that I'm missing. Nope. No, it's just not there. Something just went wrong in the creation. But I have the folders. Like, maybe I can open it up manually somehow from this folder. I don't know how. Like, open with or something? I don't know. Oh my god, why can't it just do what it should do? Assets are in here. So, what do I do? Show more options? I need to figure out how do I maybe I need to do an add project from disk. Let's see if that works. Oh, more. This project can't be opened in the editor. To proceed, resolve the following issues. Missing editor version. So something went wrong with the install, I think. The editor version used to create your project cannot be detected. To open it, select from the editor versions available below. Okay. Let's open
Ruins
with
et
this one.
säger, yeah, it crashed when it created, I think.
Yeah. It's like it was like in the process and oh, what is this? Another error message. Your project was saved with an unknown Unity version you're currently using. Blah blah blah. Select continue to automatically change your project to this version. Yeah, yes, continue. We detected another error message. We detected a change in Auto Graphics API default setting compared to the previous Unity version. Auto Graphics API defaults to DirectX 12 as of Unity 6.1. To change to the new default setting, go to player settings and re-enable autographics API. Confirm. Okay.
Ruins ett säger,
I don't
I think
care.
it may be best to recreate.
I know. Yeah, it looks like some settings and stuff that were supposed to be there aren't there or something. Maybe I should. Oh, Unity. Yeah, honestly, I should probably, when I'm generating like a new Unity project, it's still loading, I should probably do this process off stream because just by chance this might be less likely to crash and have problems, and then open it when I stream, and then it should be okay. Honestly, I want to try to roll with this. If I end up having a lot of problems on the inside of the project or something, I can always just copy paste the code out, and generate a new project, and it should be fine. I think this tutorial I'm about to go through actually provides the assets, so it should be kind of straightforward. Like mostly the things I'm going to be doing are just the scripting, and then I could just easily like copy those scripts out. Like I don't think I'm going to be doing anything where I possibly could lose a lot of progress with something that's really important. This loading bar is, by the way, like 50% out of 100. Ugh, why does every single Unity version feel like it's getting worse? But yeah, that actually must have been the thing that had happened. At some point, it actually crashed in the middle of trying to generate the project. I have to wonder in my head if Unreal is like a better experience than this. Though Unreal, has always had the reputation for needing like a NASA supercomputer to run type of reputation. Whether it's like true or not, I don't know. Oh, this is so slow. It's still at around 50%. Oh my god. More intense on my PC when developing. Wow.
Ruins ett säger, yeah,
Oh,
but much more intensive on your P even when developing.
I can really understand now why Godot is the new fad. Everyone's like going to Godot. Honestly, I feel like this project, like part of the why it's so long to generate a project is because it's like doing all this stuff that is like all these extra features that I don't even care about, like for graphics and rendering and fancy things. It's like it really would be nice if they made some kind of light version of the engine that didn't have all this extra bloat for physics and graphics and things, and it was just a more watered down
Ruins ett
engine
säger,
suitable
yeah,
for a
if you
laptop.
could try Godot, I guess.
No, I really want to use This is why I learned C Sharp for Unity. Oh my god, it's taking so goddamn long. My whole stream is just gonna be waiting for this thing's project to create. Um,
Rewinds säger, Godot also is C Sharp.
yeah, though I don't know how actually well they how good it is support wise, because it's kind of new. Like for a long time, you could only use GD script with it, which is like their scripting language. Plus, Godot is a newer engine, so less documentation and stuff like that. But honestly, yeah, at some point, if it got bad enough with Unity where it's like actually so inconvenient to use, I mean, I guess if Godot is similar enough, like I could see it. I could see myself just kind of being actually forced, my hand being forced, but God, why is it so slow? Okay, while I sit here and wait, because this is actually taking forever. I wonder if I Google like Unity, if anyone has any feedback about specifically Unity Engine 6. I'm just like curious what people say on the internet about it. I can't spell. Wow. Unity 6 takes 1.7 gigabytes every project, just generating the project. What the hell? Like creating a project is 1.7 gigabytes, but in Unity 2022, it's 300 megabytes. Why do I need all this? Why does it do this? Unity 6 takes a lot more time to compile scripts. Because the project was made. That's crazy. Though there's just one person in this person's contesting it. Hmm. Oh, I am using a template, so maybe not using a template would be better. Hmm. This project contains one or more packages with errors. Do you want to open package manager? Oh my god. in project. Honestly, there are a lot of packages that are installed in this project. A lot of this I'm not going to be using at all. JetBrains Rider Editor. Oh, it's for using JetBrains Rider, which I'm not using. Oof. Ugh, sorry, I'm waiting for this package to try to fix itself. Let's see. When making a new project, just looking here what the templates are. Oh, there's also 2D, what is this, built-in render pipeline? I don't know what that is. View details. 12.76. Hmm. Oh my god. Okay, finally. Hey, come on. So, okay, I can interact with this. It looks like it's using DirectX 11 instead of 12 or whatever because of that error message that was like, oh, something setting wasn't what it should be and you have to re-enable it, or I don't remember, but I don't think it's important. Oh, okay, you're showing on my screen. That's good. Okay, let's see if this. Oh my god, is this supposed to already have a scene for me? Am I in a scene? This is a scene, right? Scenes. Okay, there we go. So, what is it? Like a capsule. That took a long time. This car. Put a script on it. Driver. Was it a nifty name? Okay, in that case, the car's name is Amma Zoom. Alright, time to make a C# script. It's gonna be a wait because this is how it always is. This. Assets. Create. Mono behavior script and driver. That was actually faster, I feel like, making the script. Maybe the battery thing actually did help. But generating the project took forever, but I think that's how it is. And without, if I wasn't on like the best performance, like it would have taken even longer to make the project. Um, okay, just like this too. There we go. Oh, okay. Actually, I don't need this to be. Close this. Reloading domain. Oh, there it goes with the reloading domain. Nah, it's taking even longer actually. That took 41 seconds. Jeez. Oh, you know what? I think here, maybe there's some things I closed from Task Manager. I think I should close. So Discord's open. That needs to be closed. That'll probably help a little bit. Corinth. Okay, that might help a little bit. Okay, add elements, driver. There, done.
Okay, that's what mine's going to be called. So pause the video, take on that challenge. See you back here shortly. So click on the Projects tab, and in the top right, we'll click on New Project. Choose our editor version, so we're using whatever latest one we want. Click on Universal 2D, that's the type of project we're making, and location's fine, and unclick on Connect to Unity Cloud. We don't need that, and I'm going to call mine Delivery, if I can spell, Delivery Dash. And so when you've got a name for yours, click on the Create Project button. That will fire up Unity, and when Unity has loaded, I will see you back here. I'll pause the video, I'll be back in a moment. Here we are in Unity. The first thing we're going to do over in the hierarchy, we'll right click 2D object sprites, and we'll find ourselves a capsule. This capsule I will rename to be E.T. McDash. Please don't sue me all the places that I ripped off that name. Next, we're going to create ourselves a script. So down in our project area, we'll right click, create a mono behavior script. Driver with a uppercase D for our script. Now the last step in this process that I gave you as a challenge was to attach the script to your character, to your car. I'm going to click on E.T. McDash, and then I'm going to drag driver over into the component. Now let's talk about methods. What are methods? Methods, also called functions. Sometimes they're used interchangeably. They're kind of the same thing, a little bit different, but mostly the same, methods and functions. They execute blocks of code that makes our game do things. We can use the methods already available in Unity, and there's a whole bunch of them that do a whole bunch of nifty things, or we can create our own methods if we want specific things for our game to do. And we'll be doing a bunch of both of those throughout this whole process. And there's two main things I want you to understand at the moment when it comes to methods. We create and we call. So when we create a method, we're giving it a name and saying what it should do. For example, drive or turn or explode, and then we say here's the name and here's what you do. And then we also call the method when we are saying do the thing now please. So we might create something that says here's a method that says drive forward, and at some point when the player pushes the forward key on the keyboard, we say okay, call the method that makes you drive forward. So they're the two very early concepts I want you to get into your head, creating and calling methods. So let's open up our script, driver.cs, and we'll have a look and see. There's going to be all these things pop up. Yes, thank you, don't need you, don't worry about that, all good. That thing pops up, X out of that. and we will just close down the Explorer window. A couple of very quick things in here before we get to writing a little bit of code. Up the top, we have our namespaces using something. Basically, this is a library of things, classes and methods, etc., that's already within Unity that we can access. And as we dig into other parts of the engine, we need to add more namespaces. So we need to say using this thing or using that thing. And we'll talk about that at the time when we come to it. This is a class that we're in now. This whole information we do within here is a class. Classes are very useful because it allows us to group things together. This is a class that we've named driver, and all the things relevant to driving our car are going to be contained in this particular class. Now, we've got in here two methods already, start and update. They're kind of the kings and queens of the whole enterprise, start and update. They're very important. We use them a lot. They're called callbacks, which basically means within Unity at some point, we don't need to worry about just yet how, at some point it says do start, and at some point it says do update. And when I say do start, when does that happen for us? When we click on the play button and something comes to life, that's when start is activated. So any of our game objects that have a script on it, that have information within start, when we click the play button, it will happen. Or if that object comes to life later on, for example, you shoot a bullet and that bullet magically comes into existence, at that point is when its particular start would be triggered. It comes to when start is activated. So any of our game objects that have a script on it, that have information within start, when we click the play button, it will happen. Or if that object comes to life later on, for example, you shoot a bullet and that bullet magically comes into existence, at that point is when its particular start would be triggered. Again, we don't need to worry about all that information just yet, just giving you a little bit of flavor. Update happens every frame. So you can see our little comment here. Comments are bits of information that aren't code that the engine ignores. And you can see we've got the double forward slash. So
created.
update happens every frame. So you can see our little comment here. Comments are bits of information that aren't code that the engine ignores. And you can see we've got the double forward slash. So I could type in here forward slash random nonsense. And the engine would say, not a problem, don't care, which is all good. We can delete these. We don't need to have them sticking around. We can delete these if we wanted. I'll leave them there for now. Just not worry about deleting them. We'll just leave them hanging around for a little bit of extra information. Update is happening every frame, or called every frame, which means if you've got a game running at 60 frames per second, update is happening or being called or being executed 60 times every second. And we use update for things that need to listen constantly or happen constantly, and we use start for things that just need to happen once. And so we're going to write a method in start, but first I want to show you just a little bit of a visualization of what it is that we're going to be doing. So if I click on E.T. McDash, I'm going to hit W to move him over to the side here and zoom in a little bit, and then I'll hit E for rotate. Why is it not R? I don't know. And then in here you can see as I rotate right and left, my capsule is moving left and right. And we want to do this as a method. We want to create something that says, do this now, do this at a certain point, rotate please. That'll be a real core part of our game. Basically we're driving, turn left, turn right. First thing for us to think about is on what axis are we rotating? Well, we've got three axes here. We've got the X, the Y, and the Z, or the Z, or the zippity-doo. We've got those three. And the X-axis is denoted by the red line. This is the up-down. The Y by the green, left, right, and the Z, in this instance, you can see it's a circle around the outside. I'm going to show you a little nifty secret here. If you don't have the little 2D button up in the top, you can turn that on and off by finding view options, toggling that. This is sort of the master toggle down the bottom. It turns things on and off. If you don't have the little 2D button up in the top, you can turn that on and off by left, right, and the Z, in this instance, you can see it's a circle around the outside. I'm going to show you a little nifty secret here. If you don't have the little 2D button up in the top, you can turn that on and off by finding view options, toggling that. This is sort of the master toggle down the bottom. It turns things on and off. So click on the 2D button and you can see we're no longer in 2D, we're in 3D. If I hold down Alt and left mouse button, we're rotating around my flat capsule. They're saying, what's going on here? It's floating in space. Basically, 2D in Unity is just 3D with a locked camera. Is the way it works. And I wanted to pop into here. If I hit W, you can see now we've got our widgets. You can see, let me just rotate some around. I've rotated so much, we're not looking at ourselves the right way. Okay, the Y up, the X right, and the Z into the screen. So if I hit E again, you can see I'm rotating around the Z axis. This is the Z axis going into the world just here. So I'll click back on that 2D button that's slashed through at the moment to take us back into 2D mode. And I've got some wobbly rotation here. You can see it's a little bit askew. I'm just going to click on my value and put it back to 0 so it's nice and flat. So now we know we're trying to rotate around Z. We're not trying to rotate around Y. That doesn't do much. We're not trying to rotate around X. That doesn't do much either. The other thing I wanted to visualize for you while we're in here, if you click on the second tool settings down here, you can see my bar that's down below. There's a tool settings. Click on that and it brings up our pivot and our global. This is in terms of how things are moved or rotating, or whether we're doing local or global. If I hit E on the keyboard and rotate a little bit to the right and then hit W, you can see that the Y is still pointing up. That means we're
Knight säger, yo.
Yo, Head Night. Hellos.
pointing up, rotating, or whether we're doing local or global. If I hit E on the keyboard and rotate...
Knight säger, how's life lol.
It's good, it's good.
Knight säger,
Hey, it's nice to see you again. Wait, can you remind me? Do you C sharp? Can't quite remember. If you were one of the people that like uses Unity.
Knight
Oh, okay. Maybe you did like C++ or maybe it was Python.
Knight säger,
Python!
Python.
Okay, got you. The cursed snack language.
a little bit to the right and then hit W, you can global. This is in terms of how things are moved or rotating, or whether we're doing local or global. If I hit E on the keyboard and rotate a little bit to the right and then hit W, you can see that the Y is
Night säger, named after Monty Python comedy group.
Oh, that's funny. Wow. I did not know that.
Night säger, lol.
Wait, I think this is like random, but I could be wrong with my memory. But I think like the guy who created C++ was like maybe he was he might have been Danish. I don't remember. I kind of look it up now, but there was like a Danish person who like had made some kind of language. It might not be C++ though. Could even be. Maybe it was C sharp. Yeah, it was. He's from Aarhus. Hmm. He looks like a computer scientist. I'm sorry, but like he looks like one.
Night säger, the older wizard.
He does. Like if it was like a quiz show game and it's like, guess which one of these people is a computer scientist? I'd pick that person. Like that person.
Night säger, alrighty, we'll let you continue your lesson lol.
Well, before I continue, how have you been, Hat Night? How's life?
Night säger, have been alright, on the hunt for a new position.
Oh, cool.
Night säger, which
Aw,
is always a slug.
yeah. I wonder if you've been like applying to lots of different positions, or if it's more like finding the right position to apply for is hard because of the criteria you're looking
where
for.
you looking at Bjarne? Night säger, yeah.
I was looking at Bjarne, yes! And then I was saying like, oh, he looks like a computer scientist. He just does. So you knew that that was the guy that made C++? It's really cool.
säger, rude.
No, it's a compliment. It's not it's not bad as a computer programmer. Everyone should be a computer programmer.
At different positions.
Okay, I see. Well, I hope you find one that you'd like. You know, thinking about it now, like the cyan, like since your name is Cyan in the Twitch chat, like cyan's such a nice color. Some people don't like cyan, but I like cyan. It just pops out on a black background.
Night säger, ha.
is still pointing up. That means we're pointing up globally. In the whole world, this is up. However, if I change my setting from global to local, you can see that the arrow is pointing forward of our capsule. This is up for the capsule. So if I hit E and rotate again a little bit further, and then W, you can see now the arrow is down there. This is another core principle of the fact that we're going to be driving our car around. Basically, we're saying go forward, forward, and then when we rotate, back to.
Wait, let me look at this real quick. This is X, then oh, that's why that's rotating on the X-axis. Oh, yeah, I get it. That makes sense. Sorry, I was looking at the arrows.
the W, then go forward again. Obviously, it'll be a little bit smoother when we're playing it, but the concept of a local forward is important for us to realize that we're not saying move everything up in the world, we're saying move it forward relative to yourself. So let me just go and reset my values in here, 0, 0, 0, put everything back to 0, just so it's tidy on the screen. Actually, I will pop them over here so it's away from all the junk of icons that we've got. And now we're ready to write a method, which I've been promising you for a while now. So within our driver script, we find our start method. We're going to start off by accessing the transform of our object. Why do I say our object? Well, this script is currently living on our character. You can see down here, we've got the driver script. So when I'm writing things in this script, it's saying, okay, get the thing I belong to. If I'm accessing the transform, then it's accessing the transform of the game object that the script is currently living on. Transform is a component. We can access position and rotation and scale, etc. So we access by, first of all, typing transform, and then we use the dot operator, which is the period on the keyboard or the dot on the keyboard. And that gives us all these various things that we can access. And we're wanting to access a method which is called rotate with an uppercase R. Rotate is a method that's already created by the clever folks at Unity. If you mouse over it, it gives you a bunch of extra information. One thing we need to know about is we put in the parentheses. After any method, it always has parentheses. Sometimes we have extra things we want to do. Sometimes we don't. So rotate is basically rotating, but it doesn't know how to rotate. It's like, can you give me some information, please, Rick, on what sort of rotation you want me to do? And what it's looking for is how much you want me to rotate on the X, on the Y, and on the Z. So what we'll say is 0 on the X, 0 on the Y. So 0 and then comma. You can put a space. You don't have to put a space. You can put a space. So 0, comma, 0, comma. And then we want to rotate on the Z. That's what I was banging on about before, that we've found our Z axis. And I'll just write 45 in here. So that will rotate 45 degrees, hopefully, on the Z axis. And we end all of our statements with a semicolon. And we'll hit save. Always save our stuff. Back over into Unity. It'll think for a moment. Now when I click on play, let's watch what happens if all goes to plan. There we go. Okay, now you saw that my window got really big. Let me just show you what I've done there. It's remembering from when I was playing around on another project. If I make my game window much bigger, you can see there's a setting along here called play maximized. That basically says when I hit the play button, make the game window full screen. For now, I'll turn that off. I'll just do play focused, which basically means don't make it maximized, just focus on the game and not the rest of my Unity editor, but don't go and make it full screen. So let's do that again. And we'll click on play, and you can see, boop, it rotates. It's 45 degrees, exactly as we desired. I'm going to click stop, back over.
I think I have that setting on default. Yeah, play focused. What the heck would unfocused do?
Over into our script, because what we're going to do now is put this method into our update. So if you think you know how to do that without watching the screen, grab the method, the transform.rotate method, cut that and place that into our update method, and then save. Back over into Unity. Now, what do you think is going to happen while it's thinking and while these screens are popping over here? What do you think is going to happen when we click play? Well, let's find out. Get out of the way. It's going to go bananas. It's rotating 45 per frame. So we've probably got about 500 frames per second at the moment. So it's spinning like there's no tomorrow. So I'll go back over into my script. Instead of 45, let's make it a smaller amount. I'm going to say 0.02. Now we've got a red squiggly line. What on earth's going on here? There's different types of numbers. One sort of number is a float that has a decimal place. There's other types of numbers that have decimal places. So Unity is basically saying, can you just give me a bit more information on what type of number this is so I get it right? The way we do that is when we're using a float, if we have a decimal place, then we put an F at the end of our number. Technically, we can or should do this for our zeros, but 0 is 0. There's no confusion. It's not confused about what sort of decimal place you are because there are none in our zeros. So we put an F at the end of our 0.02, save that up, back over into Unity. No confusion. It's not confused about what sort of decimal place you are because there are none in our zeros. So we put an F at the end of our 0.02, save that up, back over into Unity. Click on the play button, and it's slowly rotating so slowly. I probably could have done 0.2, couldn't I, instead of 0.02, but we've got a slow rotation. So we've had a chance to see a very big number going quickly and a very small number going very slowly. So that's all I wanted to cover in this lecture. We've had a quick look at start and update to see the difference between those two. We've created ourselves a first method, and we've got a really slow moving vehicle on our screen. So I'll see you in the next lecture.
Think, how much do you want to do? Maybe 6 of these?
In this lecture, we're adding translate to our rotate to make the greatest game in the history of games. Well, not just yet, but it's progress. So let's jump in and make some progress. So you can see within our transform component, we've got rotation that we were playing around with last lecture. Now we've got the position that we're going to mess around with in this lecture. Let's just calibrate for a moment here. If I click W and I want the car to drive forward, what's that doing? That's positive on the Y. So let's just remember that in the old remembery bank. I guess that's called a brain, because that might be something that's useful when we are doing our little exercise in a moment. We used transform.rotate in the last lecture to rotate our car. Now in this lecture, let's use transform.translate to move the car. And as with rotate, when we're using translate, we also need to provide the X, the Y, and the Z amounts that we want to move. If we go back over into our script, I'm going to fire up the driver CS script in here. What I'll do is just comment out our rotation, so // comment that out just so we're only looking at the impact of the translation at the moment as we go about doing things. And I think you can do that as a challenge. So here is that challenge to move our car forward. In update, call transform.translate and add the X, Y, and Z values so that our car slowly moves forward. You'll need to figure that out. There's a little bit of figuring out in this one, which is kind of fun. So pause the video, take that on, see you back here when you're done.
Okay. Going at the Y. I just want to see what like the number 5 would look like. Oof, that reloading domain. So I never actually saved this, so Oof. It's so long. Such a long wait. Me. Oh my god, there's even a wait for exiting play mode. It's like 16 seconds just to stop play mode. Oh my god, this is so... Yeah. Oh, I have to adjust those settings that stop it from reloading domain all the time. I think I have to do it for every single project because it's not like it saved by default. Oh, hey. At least I'll start to memorize how to do this. God. Oh my god. Started play mode again because I think one was preferences. I think. Asset pipeline. It was. Yeah, auto refresh disabled. Preferences. Just do that. Project settings. Okay. Your play mode settings. Do not reload domain or scene. Okay. Game window, put it next to it. Maybe just move this down. Hit play. And then wait an hour. Okay. R. Now I think in the latest version of Unity, it's a lot closer to Unreal, where it's like you really need a computer for it. Like if I really want to do intensive work with Unity, I'm basically gonna have to use a desktop. Come on.
Ruins ett säger, yeah probably
Yeah. You know, the one thing that was nice in old Unity versions, it was better than this by like a lot. There were these loading things that would happen, but the loading things were like I don't know, it was like 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Now it's like 30, 35 seconds. It's really long. Hey, but that's okay. Right now it's working. It's a little bit slow and inefficient, but it's working for now. But yeah, later on, I really am probably gonna just use a desktop. You know, the thing is, I enjoy streaming from, because I'm streaming on a laptop right now because it's cozy. I get to like lay down and stream, and it's cozy. I like doing this, but yeah, if I have to do that in the future, like specifically for my desktop, it is what it is. Maybe there's like a way for me to like screen share to my laptop or something so I can still use my laptop or something. I don't know.
Okay, so underneath our previous line, we're going to start with transform because we're looking to access the transform component. Dot translate, that's a way of saying move the thing.
Oh, maybe I will add a just for like reference, the transform dot rotate. Trying to think, transform. What is this? Is this a class? Why is it lowercase? That's what I'm wondering. Huh. I feel like it's kind of weird that it's lowercase. Isn't that normally like in like C# style? Isn't it usually supposed to be capitalized? Because this is an object, I think. Why did I just write it? Transform dot rotates. If I capitalize it, would it still work? Ooh. No, I broke it. What is something attached to the game object? Just a component. Transform component dot transform. I know it's like not really like necessary for me to know this, but I am curious just because curious always about like C#. Why is, let's see what AI has to say. Transform capitalized. Why is the AI so stupid? Oh, lowercase. I'm the one that's stupid. It's a property. Field that acts like a method. Properties are lowercase. Function names are not lowercase though.
Rewind ett säger, it's showing UCSS. Rewind ett säger,
Oh! That's CSS! I was like, yeah, what the hell? What is happening? Okay, yeah, I forgot I need to tell it always. There we go. Transform is lowercase because it is an object instance property. This is about a property. Belonging to the current script's game object, while the uppercase transform refers to the class type. The transform is a type, but this one's referring to the object instance property, but like, what does that mean? Transform uppercase, the blueprinter class name defined by Unity. Yep, you could use a capital letter when declaring a variable type, like a transform. Transform lowercase, a shortcut reference to the specific transform component attached to the exact game object your script is running on. Yeah, that's cool, but like, how does it do that? Like, that's pretty magical. I don't think it's not like what I'm used to with the C#. But it is just a property.
Rewind ett säger, Unity object, transform it's part of the class think.
And how do you... If it's a property, how are you calling a method on a property? Like a property is just
how
right.
does it do that, you Said? Because your class inherits
Let's
from
do
mono
that.
behavior.
Oh!
Rewind ett
Yes.
säger, cause I think your class is derived.
Oh, you guys, you're smart ones. You survived, yes. Let me think about it. How did it... This is inheriting from mono behavior. So by somehow it's inheriting from mono behavior, it like assumes it is a game object or whatever, and then that game object, maybe it's a game object. I don't know. It's something has a transform property, but then how? But then the weird thing is like if it's a property, how are you calling a method on it? Like using it to call a method? That seems weird.
Let us see your class real quick.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then there's those methods, the rotate and translate.
Scroll up. Rewind ett säger,
Oh, the class. Yeah, it's inheriting from mono behavior. And it's spelled in the British way. Yuck.
Rewind ett säger, if you control plus click on mono behavior.
Ooh, okay. Control click. It just highlighted it. It's all it did. It highlighted it everywhere. It should... Oh no, it did more than that. Oh, it opened a thingy. Oh my god, where am I? Ah! I guess maybe it was just slow to do that. Mono behavior here is from behavior. Wow.
Rewind ett säger, yeah, now you're in the class.
So I I could find
Ruins
transform or
säger,
something.
you can see all the things it has.
Oh wow. Gobbledygook, gobbledygook, gobbledygook. Oh no, coroutines.
Ruins säger, Visual Studio has that thing on the top right just below the tab. Ray_dev säger, Mono Behavior has a bunch of stuff, so yeah you can use all of them. Knowing this should answer your question.
Wow, except
Asked
now
how
I'm just
does
like,
it know
what is
that?
all of
Haha.
this? Like, what the, wow, transform isn't even in this, which means it might be in it might actually be in behavior. That's horrible.
Ruins
All the way over
säger,
here.
there is a button that currently says M_cancellation token source.
What? You know, this could be a good question to ask ChatGPT. Maybe it could give me more
Ruins
information without
säger,
having to
if you
recode.
go back to the Mono tab.
To the Mono tab.
Ruins säger, right below the tab there is a drop-down menu. Ray_dev
Oh yeah,
säger,
there
do you
is.
really have to understand everything?
Oh,
Just
that's
know that
helpful.
whenever you write transform, that's the reference to the transform of the current game object, and the transform class itself has a bunch of predefined methods in it. Among them is the rotate method. Ray_dev säger, you could open the transform class if you want to see it, haha.
Oh, how is that a property though?
Ruins
So it's just
säger,
like an object that's
yeah,
already been made,
sometimes it's best to just
and
go
it's
with the
just been
black
named
box magic.
transform. So it's just the transform of the current game object. Okay, so it is a transform, just called transform. But then maybe AI messed up because like that wouldn't be a property, right? That would just be a transform. Because that actually makes sense. I was just confused by the AI's answer. Oh yeah, I was just curious. Like all this stuff is like that I'm doing is really simple. But because I'm learning C#, you know, I just want to sometimes look into the syntax and how things are connected to each other. Not that I have to, just because I feel like it.
Ray_dev säger, every
I
single
don't always
game
feel like it
object
either.
has the component transform to it by necessity. Any mono behavior class script that you place on a game object will automatically have its transform property filled with the reference to the game object's transform.
Oh, have its property filled. Okay. So this is more about like my understanding of properties. See, I can be a little weird with properties because they get me sometimes. Like properties are kind of like a weird thing because like properties are, let me think about it again, are a method that pretends to be a field, but it's not actually a field.
There is nothing wrong with learning how things work like that, just that a lot of times if you
But
are
it
just
creates a
trying
field
to get
in
a
the
project
background.
and you just go with the
Oh, I
magic.
get it. It's creating a transform. And then that property fills it in because it's like a getter setter type thing. with a transform. So it holds a reference to a transform or whatever you said. I could do that. Huh. Oh, okay. I don't know. I guess I'm only used to properties, as in like you make a property and then the property is like an int or a string or something. But I guess it would make sense that you could do this with your own custom types, like transform too, like anything in C sharp. Like the same logic would carry over. Oh yeah, if you're trying to get a project done. Yes, I'm not just trying to get a project done because this isn't like, oh, get to the end as fast as possible. I'm actually here to take my time. I would say that the tutorial thing
They
I'm going
understreak
through
dev
is
säger,
actually
the
quite short.
transform is
So,
already existent in the game object. Whenever you create a new game object right now, even an empty game object, it will automatically have the transform component, the one that holds position, rotation and scale. Any mono behavior script that you place on that game object will automatically hold the reference to that transform in the transform property.
yeah, I see. But it's like it holds like a yeah, reference that in the property, the yeah, that's cool. I think that makes sense now. It just I wasn't used to seeing properties used for custom types before. Like transform is a custom type. It's not like a default C sharp library like int string, that type of thing. So that really threw me off actually. Weirdly enough, for a moment where I'm just like, what? And also I get confused with properties sometimes because the way they're labeled like fields. Like transform here is labeled like a field, but like and it's treated like a field, but it's like kind of weird because like behind the scenes it's not really a field, kind of. But then it ends up creating like a field, or it ends up having a storing a thing, but it is like syntax sugar that makes a thing. Yeah, yeah. I don't. I'm probably not good at explaining it. It's weird. Properties are just like a weird thing. But
They
I think this makes
understreak
enough
dev
sense to me
säger,
now.
me saying property could be wrong tbh, I'm not sure what you they call that. I think it's more right to call it a field.
Apparently, behind the scenes, like it's like a like I'm not the one that's good at explaining it. Like I've had some other people explain it to me. It's difficult to explain, but like a property looks like a field and you treat it like a field, but the truth is it's behind the scenes. It's not a field. It's a method that it's a getter and setter. So like when you create a property, like an auto property, for example, with get set, behind the scenes, the compiler is creating a method, and inside of the method, it's like making a field. It's holding a field. So there is a field, like a real field there, but there's also like a method, and then
They
creating the
understreck dev
property calls the
säger,
method,
right.
and it's really weird.
And then
But I can see how it like saves time and it's convenient, but then it's like confusing sometimes when I see it because I'm just like, what's happening?
parentheses. I didn't mention before, but the things we're putting in the parentheses are arguments. So sometimes.
But yeah, also like naming conventions. I completely forgot. Oh yeah, properties are lowercase because I oftentimes I mess up and I don't use the correct capitalization. Like I probably would capitalize it or try to camel case it or something, but that's not what you do with properties because I don't really use these very much. Or if I do, I'm probably using the wrong casing for them. Which this is why I should use the standard casing.
Sometimes you don't need arguments in there, sometimes you do. Basically, it's saying give me some extra information. And we need to have the X, the Y, and the Z. Although if we type X, Y, and Z, it'll be like, Rick, no idea what that means. Can you give me a number, please? Okay, so translation. On the X, I believe it's 0. On the Y, we're playing around with this before. This is where we want to move. So we'll just for now have a guess and we'll say 1F. It's good practice when we're using floats to put the F in there, even if it's not a decimal place. And then for the Z or the Z, I think that's going to be 0 as well. As I was showing you before, the challenge that we know the forward is on the Y axis, just here. That's why I'm saying X, Y, and Z. It's going to be the Y that we modify. So let's save that, see what happens here. Kind of have a suspicion it's going to go a little bit too quickly, but let's check it out. Click on play. And brum, flies off the screen. Okay, so it works, which is a great first step. Now we need to have a bit of a play around with just how aggressive we want it to move forward. Let's try a 0.01. And you can type 0.01 if your brain needs it to be thorough, or you can type just 0.01. And you know what? While I'm here, I'm going to uncomment my rotate, and I'm also going to make it rotate a little bit quicker. I'll just do a good old-fashioned 0.1, I think, for our rotation. So 0.1 for rotation and 0.01, we'll see how that goes. I've played around with this a little bit, so I sort of know, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, he's using both now.
You can put any old number in here and see what happens. That's the fun of programming. It's entirely up to us. And cool news, in the future, we'll be having that as a variable. Bit of a foreshadowing spoiler for you there. Now, let's move our object over to the right, because I know it's... And 0.1... We'll see how that goes. I've played around with this a little bit, so I sort of know, but it doesn't matter. You can put any old number in here and see what happens. That's the fun of programming. It's entirely up to us. And cool news, in the future, we'll be having that as a variable. Bit of a foreshadowing spoiler for you there. Now, let's move our object over to the right, because I know it's going to rotate around in this sort of lefty, anti-clockwise, counterclockwise direction. Click on play. It's going to rotate and move at the same time and translate. So as it goes around very slowly. Yes. Okay, it's going, even if it's super slow. Now, what we could do is we can jump in and say, hey, wouldn't it be fun if we move it quicker? Instead of 0.1, let's move 0.5. Instead of 0.1, let's move it 0.5. Jump back in and we'll see if this goes faster. Sometimes fun just to play around with these numbers and see what happens. So it should rotate in a pretty similar way, but quicker. And it does. Cool. And you can see, if you haven't noticed already,
Let's see what number he put in.
Fun if we move it quicker. Instead of 0.1, let's move 0.5. Instead of 0.1, let's move it 0.5. Jump back in. And you can see, if you haven't noticed already, this frame we can see here is the camera, and over here, that is what we're actually seeing. So as it goes out of the camera, we don't see it in our actual game window over here. So there we go. We've gone from just rotating to now rotating and translating, and the cool, exciting thing is in upcoming lectures, we're going to have the player control these movements using the keyboard so that you can actually drive your vehicle. Good stuff. See you in the next lecture.
Oh, look, the next one is titled Introducing Variables. So finally we get to answer the question that you said. Oh wait, I don't know if you're around still, but the Rewind was joking. It was like, what's a variable?
In this lecture, we're adding translate to our rotate to make the greatest game in the history of games. Well, not just yet, but it's progress. So let's jump in and make some progress. So you can see within our transform component, we've got rotation that we were playing around with last lecture. Now we've got the position that we're going to mess around with in this lecture. Let's just calibrate for a moment here. If I click W and I want the car to drive forward, we've got rotate. In this lecture, we're adding...
Oh wait, I just repeated the same thing by accident.
In this lecture, we're playing around with variables so that we can be changing our code more easily, or at the very least, getting ready to be able to give the player access to change the code themselves. So let's talk about variables. So the problem we've got now is that our car is going a fixed amount of speed and a fixed amount of rotation. So that's not very fun for a player. They can't go into the code and play around with numbers when they want to be able to change it. They need to put down the accelerator and go quicker. So that's where we need variables. Let's talk about variables. Variables are like boxes. Like a box of chocolate.
Dev säger, Fai, in case you didn't know, you are not streaming the video you're watching.
Yes.
But you might
that is
numbers
intentional.
And they want to be able to change it. They need to put...
Yes, but I am showing my editor.
down the accelerator and go quicker. So that's where we need variables. Let's talk about variables. Variables are like boxes. Like a box of chocolate, you might say, not quite, but like boxes. They help us store, manipulate, and refer to information.
But basically all the things that, even though I'm not showing the like explanations and stuff that I'm looking at, the exercises I'm going to be doing, like in my editor. So, and in my Visual Studio.
So for example, here is a variable called hit points, and it's got a value of 20. So the name of the box is hit points, the name of the variable is hit points, and the thing we're storing inside there is the value of 20. Each variable has to have a name, and each variable contains some data, or data depending upon where you're from. Each variable is of a particular type is very important as well. Let's talk about some common types of variables. We have integers, which are whole numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. We have floats, which are fractional numbers, in other words, ones with decimal places. That's up to 6 decimal places. Doubles, which are also fractional numbers, up to 15 decimal places. I tend not to ever be using doubles because most of the time the precision of 6 decimal places is just fine for what I'm doing. We have variables of type bool, which are true or false, which is very handy for turning things on or off, or saying, is the player alive or dead, etc. We have strings, which is a sequence of characters. There's a bunch of other types, but...
Oh, by the way, Ray, do you use Unity and C Sharp? Also, since you have dev in your name, I assume like you're a programmer?
Ray_dev säger yes.
Hey, nice.
Ray_dev säger for
Oh,
about 3
cool.
years.
Are you like a professional programmer? Or do you code for a hobby?
Ray_dev säger, well, you should graduate in just
Hey,
a few months as a
congrats.
software engineer.
Oh my gosh, are you excited? That's awesome. Are you looking to do like work for like games? Or like other, or open to lots of like software positions? One day I'd like to get like a
Ray_dev
formal
säger,
degree in.
but is specialized in game dev, so we study Unity in Uni.
Oh,
I'm from Tunisia, so it's probably very
oh,
different.
that's
But yeah, I'm
cool.
currently working on my own game. Ray_dev säger, have
Learning
been
for 2
working
years.
on it on and
Great.
off as I was learning for about 4 years.
Nice. What's been the hardest part for you with when for working on your game?
Ray_dev säger,
We are.
ja,
Oh my god, I was actually about to just ask that about
Ray_dev
assets.
säger,
Like
I'm a
the thing that makes
programmer,
me
not
groan
an
with
artist.
games is not the idea of like coding them, but I think to myself like, oh, how am I gonna get the assets I need?
Ray_dev säger, so
An
yeah,
artist.
gotta buy assets.
Yeah. I mean, I will say that I do think like I'm glad for the age we live in with AI, because I do think those tools can be really helpful for people who are basically going solo and they might not do much art. Um, at least at the very minimum, it can be like super helpful for prototyping. So just making the life of programmers easier.
These are the main ones that we will encounter in the early stage of our journey. So let's have a look at the syntax for how we declare and initialize our variable. So we declare our variable, in other words, saying this is what it is, by first of all denoting the type. This is float, then giving it a name. Here we're using speed, and we use the lowercase precedent here. We don't put a capital S, we have a lowercase s, and then equal sign, whatever our value is that we want to initialize it at. That means initializing it means this is what it starts off at, but it doesn't have to stay at that forever. Variables can change. So 3.8. And because it's a float, and we've talked about this previously, we need to pop an F down the end of the number so it knows it's a float and not a double or something else. If we're writing a bool, then we start off with type bool is alive, and bools often have this precedent saying is this or is that, so is shot or is shooting or is an enemy. And then we use the equal sign, and then it's either going to be true or false. And all these things have a semicolon at the end when we are declaring them. And the next example is string. We're writing my name equals, and then we use our quotation marks. We did this with our debug.log, if you remember, in our intro section. And I've got in there, my name is Rick, semicolon. So what is contained within the box of a variable called my name? It is the value of Rick. Sometimes people will write their variables differently. They'll do a little underscore at the front or underscore at the back or in between or various other things. There's no absolute you have to do it this way or else you go to jail, but people will be very
That'd be sad. Naming something wrong, going to jail, because I would have been sent to prison so many times.
very precious about their particular naming styles and naming strategies. This is the approach that I take, and this is a fairly common convention. Lowercase and then uppercase for any other words that come after that, and no underscores or dashes or whatnots in there. Let's go create ourselves a variable then. Live the excitement. So within our driver.cs script, up at the very top, well, not the very top, that's a bit of a fib, within our class. So these things still need to be within our class, underneath our first curly bracket. If you haven't noticed, the top curly bracket and the bottom curly bracket says anything between those two curly brackets belong to this class. We'll give ourselves a little bit of space up at the top here, indent in, and we'll type the word float. Give ourselves a space, that's the type, and then what comes next? What comes next is the name, and we're going to give ourselves something that says how fast we should be steering. So we'll call it steer speed. It's pretty good to call your variables something that are very obvious. We're going to look at a variable and be like, okay, I know exactly what that does. This changes the steer speed. And we'll use the equal sign, and we'll give it a value of whatever we did down here was fine, 0.5, I think it was, for steering, 0.5f. Semicolon. Might be a little bit too quick, but we'll see. So that's steer speed as a variable. Now what we do, instead of this magic number that's baked in down within our method, we type in here. So just highlight over 0.5f in our transform.rotate, delete that, type in steer, and it knows what we're trying to do. So I'm just going to tab to complete that, steer speed. So we've put a variable down there. What is the variable? What does that mean? Well, Unity is going to get there and say, okay, what is contained within this variable? What's contained in the box?
Oh, by the way, I should start making a note and writing down the shortcuts that people keep telling me about Visual Studio, the ones I like. Like there was control. There's always like shortcuts that I forget. They're hard to remember, especially when I haven't used them in a while. Control D, Control plus D plus K.
Rewinds ett
Formats.
Control plus K plus D.
That one's good. What's the one you said to me? I think you said Alt click opens up the code, the other code for like a different script, or that's probably the wrong wording, but you know, it opened up
Rewinds
the
ett säger
mono behavior.
Control plus left click.
Yes, Control left click plus left click equals
Rewinds ett säger BT when you press Control plus K you go into A command mode. That's why you have to do Control plus K first.
Oh, interesting. That's why the DK in that word doesn't work. I didn't know that. Command mode. Oh, that's why it starts with a K, because it's command like that. Wow. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's what they were intending. There was also this other one that Legion told me about, where I forgot what it was, but basically it lets you. It's another command. It lets you rename a variable, and then it will change that variable name everywhere in the script. so you don't have to manually keep changing all of the names. But I forgot what that one's really useful. I'm gonna be using that a lot, but I just forgot what it was. So I should have written it down. I don't know if you know that one off the top of your head. But I guess I don't have to take note of every single shortcut, but the shortcuts I'm
Rewinds
actually going to be
säger,
using,
you
I should
lika
take note.
right, click the variable and the find refactor, it's under a submenu, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There was okay, so I can get it from a submenu too. There was like a shortcut that lets you just do it without having to go through a menu, I believe. Here, I'll make a float right now.
Rewinds säger, we are in the hotkey.
This might have, honestly, I could probably just throw it into, because I'm actually really curious about the hotkey. I could just throw it into Google here and have the AI. Everywhere. Control R. That's the one. Then float, then make a float, and then try it out. So Control R. I did it wrong. Wait, I think I might have to highlight it though. Oh, there we go. Hey, that is cool. Okay, and then let me make it that Control plus R. There, everywhere. There's also a thing. How do I do it? Where you can, without using your mouse, you can actually highlight things. Oh, Shift, right? So you can do it like this. That's nice. But there was also a way to highlight faster. I'm trying to remember what that is.
Rewinds säger, control does the work.
Control. Nice. And then, okay, yes, control. That's cool. There was also a way to skip to the bottom and top when doing this, when highlighting. But I don't remember that either. Okay, I'm gonna take a note of this. Yeah, shift highlight.
Rewinds säger, I forgår.
Ah, okay. Shift plus arrow keys equals highlight text shift plus control plus arrow keys text fast. When highlighting and control. Control shift plus end or command shift and then that's not I'm not a Mac control shift end Really? I don't remember being that. I try it. Shift, Control, Shift, N. Well, N does put me to the bottom, but it doesn't highlight. I actually never knew what the N key did at all. Oh, for my cursor position, it's right here. Control Shift N. No, that did not. That didn't
You
work.
want probably to skip to bottom of A-block in Visual Studio.
Highlight to the bottom of text.
Rewinds ett säger, try Ctrl plus or Ctrl plus.
Control plus. I actually was just wondering how to just get everything just on the screen, because I just thought there was something. Oh, whoa! Oh, AI's bad. You're good. That's the one. The sensor's
Rewinds
wrong.
ett säger, Ctrl plus A to select all.
Yeah, I know Control A is for all. That one's a classic. But I was just wondering to highlight from where you are without having to do. So if I just want it, not every text, all of it, but I just want it from, let's say, here to the bottom. I wanted to know how to do that. It's just Control plus. Oh, that's cool.
Ray_dev säger, ChatGPT wolf known, Gemini isbad haha.
Yeah, sometimes Control plus to highlight to the bottom
Rewinds ett
from
säger, att
your
Raydev hej i use
cursor
Gemini Pro it's alright.
position. Yeah, I think it's because this isn't like, that's not like the proper Gemini. It's like a super light version of it, like speedy version. Because this is the, I don't know, because this is just from a regular Google search. I think if you like use the actual Gemini, like I'm imagining, you know how like ChatGPT has different versions. They have like their instant fast version, then they have like the deep thinking version, and they have one suited for different work. I think when you do a Google search, it uses like the stupidest version of Gemini, so you're more likely to get a wrong answer. This is just my guess. I don't know.
Currently, what's contained in it is 0.5. Variable down there. What is the variable? What does that mean? Well, Unity is going to get there and say, okay, what is contained within this variable? What's contained in the box? Currently, what's contained in it is 0.5f. Why are we doing that? Well, we're doing it so that we can get access to this variable and we can more easily change it. Why don't we create variables for these first two? Well, they're never going to change. They're always going to be 0. We're never, ever, ever going to try to rotate the X or the Y, so we don't need to worry about it. It's okay to have a number sitting down in there. This one will change. That's why we need to create it.
Oh, it has, probably doesn't really matter. 0.5. Oh, I'm always forgetting to close my browser window. Oopsie. Hey, at least I've been better at that a little bit today. I am getting a little better.
It as a variable so we can easily access it and modify it. Let's save that up and see what has happened when we go back into Unity. In theory, nothing should have changed because we just change from a number to a variable which contains that exact same number. We'll click on play, and in theory we're going to go rotating around. Yep, exactly the same. Great, so we've successfully replaced our number with a variable that contains the number. Hopefully that makes sense and you've been following along, because now I'd like you to do a challenge to create a variable called move speed and use that variable variable in your transform.translate method at the appropriate place. And don't worry if you get stuck, I'll show you my approach when
Yeah, that's easy enough.
you come back from giving that a shot, but take on that challenge. See you back here when you're done.
Oh my god, I remember when Legion made that joke yesterday about when he was like, change the string. And Legion's like, that's a challenge. It's funny.
Okay, so give myself a little bit of space in here, type, float. Now sometimes the autocomplete wants you to do something weird. If I hit space here, it gives all sorts of nonsense. And if you get stuck in that sort of loop, you can type in your word and just hit escape on the keyboard and it gets rid of
Oh
this.
yeah, escape to get rid of those like pop-up things. Just pop-ups in general. You know, I'm actually gonna add that as a note in my little text editor. Text edit note. Because that's useful to know. Should label what these things are. This is Unity movement. Unity, that's from yesterday. This one is Visual Studio shortcuts. There. Escape to get rid of the annoying pop-up windows. Cool.
Suggestion. Now I want my variable to be called move speed, and I will start that off at whatever we had down here for our translate was 0.05, wasn't it? 0.05f, semicolon. Side note, if you're working on a really fast computer or really slow computer, then your speed might look different to mine, and we're going to talk about that in a few lectures' time. But just don't worry if your vehicle doesn't seem to be operating exactly the same speed as mine does, even if you've got the exact same number in there. Side note, I just did this and then didn't realize what I was doing, but I had a little squiggly line under the float. I just popped in a 0 before my 0.5. That seemed to make things happy. The squiggly line went away. The squiggly line means there's an error. But I had a little squiggly line that doesn't seem to be operating. I just popped in a...
I don't see a squiggly line. I don't know what's going about. Yeah, Delta time. Yeah, I think I have a better understanding what that is, but I remember the first time I learned about Delta time confused the hell out of me. It was like, what?
Your move speed needs an F.
Oh. Oh, yeah, it doesn't even have... Oh, I failed the easy challenge. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's so sad.
0 before my
This is what I get for trying to make fun of it.
0.5. That seemed to make things happy. The squiggly line went away. The squiggly line means there's an error. There was no reason for an error. You don't have to put in the 0 before the 0.5, but I put it in and it seemed to be happy, so we'll put that in just in case there's something that we're not realizing here. Oh, and before we go back to Unity, I better actually use my variable. So move speed, come down here, instead of our number, we'll change that to move speed. Excellente. We'll save that up. Back over into Unity. Click on play. And exactly the same. Now, if I wanted to go back into my script, I could get there in my move speed and say, okay, let's actually make this, instead of 0 point whatever, let's just make it 1. Save that. Fire it up again, back into Unity, click on play. I'm doing this for a reason. We're getting ourselves a little bit of pain because this is a little bit of a pain having to do this every single time to get our speed right. Went way off the screen there, so that was completely the wrong number. Let's put it back to whatever it was. I don't know. I'll put it to 0.1 for now, just so I've returned it somewhere. But in the next lecture, what I'm going to show you how to do is to be able to change those variables right from within our editor, within the inspector here, so we can play around with our speed, etc., without having to go back into our code. So that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this lecture, we're making our car drive by playing around with serialized fields so that we can move and change our variable in the inspector. Let's get started. This is a really important technique for you to be able to change your game easily on the fly, tune it, test it, prototype it. If you're working with someone else who doesn't want to get into the code, it's fantastic, is to be able to serialize variables. Let's jump into our code. And within here, you can see we've got our couple of variables. I'm going to start off by messing around with move speed and give myself a bit of space beforehand. I'm going to open up the square brackets. This is what square brackets look like.
Oh yeah, square brackets. Like I always forget what to call those things. Like whenever I'm like talking about them, and then I end up I don't know what I call them. Well, I think it's sometimes called brackets. I mean, they are brackets, but then again, the sweet the what are those things called? Oh my god, I don't know what they're called. The 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 curly braces. Yes. Okay. No, never mind. Those aren't brackets. They're so cute.
Like I'm going to type in here with an uppercase S serialize field, and it knows it's the first one here. To complete it, serialize field, the square brackets before a
I believe that is called an attribute. I hope I'm showing my window. Yeah, I am. Okay. Watch this. Escape. Escape. Okay. Okay, it's not working. I tried to escape it, but then it keeps popping back up again. Like a weed.
Rewinds ett säger, Cyril floats.
Actually, I don't remember if it was capitalized or not.
Rewinds ett säger, yummy.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm just gonna use the arrow keys. Fuck the mouse.
Ray understreck dev
There we
säger,
go.
capital S.
I was trying. I just kept typing lowercase over and over again. I was trying. I'm trying so hard. So, oh my god. I'm being bad right now.
variable means it's an attribute. So it says there's something about this variable I want you to know. Here's an attribute of it. Serialize means to write to disk, which means that we've got an easier way of being able to access it. So when I save and then jump back over into Unity, we'll click on wherever our script is currently located in the game. I've got it on Edie McDash. We can see when I look at my driver script, move speed is now starting off at 0.1. Cool. So if I click on play, and then make sure I find it. While the game is playing, I can increase. Whoa, that was probably a bit too much. If I make it go negative, it should go backwards. I was so far off the screen. You know what I need to do is I need to increase my steer speed just so it's moving a little bit more around in a circle, I think. So I'll make that 2. We can leave the F there. Just a note, sometimes I have the F after the whole numbers. Sometimes I don't. Unity's fine if you don't have it when you've got a float and there's not actually any decimals. Sometimes I remember, sometimes I forget. It's kind of sloppy practice, but it's up to you. You can put the F there or not put the F there. We'll put it there for now just so we don't forget if we go back to using a decimal place. Now we've got hopefully a tighter steer. So when I click on play and play around with my move speed, we will see we're going pretty tight and then faster, slower, and it's going off the screen. Okay, pretty difficult to exactly see it, but we don't have to do it while the game's live. I can get in there and say, let's make it 2 to start off with, or let's make it -1. We can change anything within here. If I make it -1, I click on play, the characters are going to go backwards straight away because minus is in the -y direction. Off it goes off the screen. An important thing I want to note here, as soon as you change something within your inspector with this serialized variable, now I've got it at say 2. If I go back into my script,
I'm just like thinking about something I was looking at on the screen. Like I was just thinking, like if you have like a car that's driving counterclockwise. So it's going forward and turning left at the same time. And then you change the, instead of going forward, it's going backwards, but it's still turning left. Then, oh, yeah. Then it will end up going not counterclockwise. It'll go clockwise, because that's what happens when you reverse a car. But I still sometimes get a little confused over this, like with reversing. Like when you reverse, it changes the direction that you're steering just by reversing. It's kind of, wait, doesn't it? No, I'm not to think about it again. I was driving a car and it goes to the left. Yeah, then it ends up going like this way. Yeah, it ends up reversing the direction of the steering.
You can see the move speed in there says 0.1. So the 0.1 is no longer the actual value that's being used. Sometimes that can get us confused because you're looking in your code and you're saying, oh my goodness, 0.1, I don't understand why this is not going at the right speed. It's because this 2 overrides it. This is the final source of truth. It will be 2, it won't be whatever was in our script. Okay, it's time for a challenge to serialize your steer speed. So use serialize field to make your steer speed available in the inspector, and then I want you to drive your car using the inspector. See if you can keep it on the screen for 10 seconds. There's your challenge, should be a bit of fun. Obviously, we'll give the player some keyboard controls when they're doing it, but for now, we'll pretend that sliding the slider is our steering wheel. So
can I do it for 10 seconds? I think I need to make the game window a bit bigger. Because it's not fair if the game window is too small. Oh, now everything's small. Control R. Oh, did I save the? I think I didn't save the. No, I didn't save. Damn it. I need to save this C# script. No, I have to reload again. Come on, there we go. Reloading domain. 10 years later. I swear, the hardest part of Unity so far has not been any of the stuff with the code. Even when I have to look up stuff or I'm a little confused over something, the hardest part has been waiting. I didn't even know waiting could be this difficult. 28 seconds. Okay, that was 30 seconds.
Rewinds et säger, reloading domain is my favorite part.
You're a masochist. Oh no, I need to have this selected. I'm gonna pause it for a second. There we go. There is our speed. There's the move speed, the steer speed. You should drive the car, so I can control either of these. Whee! Oh, it's going off the screen. I already lost. I don't care. It's fine. Oh, it's coming back. I need to make it steer tighter. Hey! Oh, I just reversed the direction. Where did it go? Where is it? Let's just pretend I passed the challenge. I did it. Because, like, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, it's all the same. The point is, I understand what he's talking about. That's all that matters. Not my gaming skills.
Rewinds et säger, whom you may need to redo your scene in obs cause you are going to be going between.
Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot to minimize the coding screen. Oh. Serial floats, yummy, capital S. What's... Oh, wait. Oh, I remember that. A serialized field. Oh, I wrote serial floats? Wow. Yeah, I am. I just have to get in the habit of when I'm not using a window to close it. Because by closing it, it'll hide. I'll have the windows
Reowinds
ordered in
at
a
Sayer.
layer.
No, you didn't. You just was thinking of cereal.
Oh. I want cereal right now. Now that you mention it. Like, cereal would be so nice. Oh, I'd love some cereal. Some cold milk. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna drink water. You know, one of the things that like shocked me, when I like one of the most surprising things I ever learned about Canada was that like, so Canada's like quite big, but all the people who live in Canada, almost all of them, it's something like 95% of the actual population are concentrated really close to the border of the US. Like there's only like a small part that has been inhabited by people. And maybe that's because I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe it's because it's like a newer country. Maybe it's because the up further north is more like hostile or there's not good sources of water or something. But I think that's interesting. I was also surprised that a lot of the United States is not inhabited either. There's only like like it's like 40% or something is just land that hasn't been touched by people. That actually surprised me.
Reowinds at Sayer. Relatively close to the border, yeah. I am part of that population.
Hmm. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really thought much about these things. So when I think about it, I think that's just a common trend among humans in general. Like most of the time, people concentrate in specific areas, and it's kind of surprising to think like there's all this land that we're not using, and it's usually because of a certain reason. Like there's no good sources of water, or it's too cold, or there's too many mountains, so it's too difficult to build transportation. But like I just never really thought about it, and it surprises me that it's like, oh wow, that's right. Geography can be inhospitable, and weather and all these things. Like these things matter a lot to where people can settle.
Pause the video, take on that challenge. See you back here when you're done. Okie dokie, into our script, we're going to give ourselves a line, serialize field. It was as easy as that. Save it up, jump back over into Unity. Now we should see under our script. I might make my move speed a little bit slower so it's a bit easier. I can't remember what we should move at. We'll say 0.2. So that seems pretty slow. So let us see what's going on here. Put. Whoop, off the screen already. There's that little bit of... Oh, he's back again. Hang on. I'm going to move my speed down. Where are we? I'll zoom out the camera. That's a smart thing to do. Now I can go to the right, to the left. Yep. Oh, yeah, there we go. Now I'm actually...
Oh, okay, I see. He cheated. Unlike me, when he was doing the steering on the screen, he was actually using not the game window, but he was using the editor window. So it's way easier because you can zoom in and out. So he just zoomed out a lot so that to keep the car on the screen. Like, wow.
steering it. I did say to do it without it going off the screen, so I didn't last 10 seconds. Now I'm on the screen.
Oh, see, he didn't last 10 seconds. That sounds really bad, but like, yeah. So he couldn't even complete his own exercise.
Surely you could just turn it up all the way. That'd be cheating, wouldn't it? Stay on the screen for 10 seconds. So this is the fundamental of making a driving game. We're going forward, going off the screen. I'll zoom out the camera. That's a smart thing to do. Now I can go to the right, to the left. Yep. Oh, yeah, there we go. Now I'm actually steering it. I did say to do it without it going off the screen, so I didn't last 10 seconds. Now I'm on the screen. Surely you could just turn it up all the way. That'd be cheating, wouldn't it? Stay on the screen for 10 seconds. So this is the fundamental of making a driving game. We're going forward. We're being able to steer. So the next step is for us to start hooking up those keyboard controls so the player can actually be moving their own vehicle. That's all for this lecture. I'll see you again in the next one.
Okay, last lecture, and then I'm done with the CSAT portion of the stream. And maybe I'll just do a bit of math and some Danish. I haven't done Danish in a while, but it's not like I haven't been doing Danish at all. I just haven't been doing the podcast on stream, which is okay. because I still study it in my own time in other ways. Every day.
We're ready to have our player control the character as they drive it around, but there's one or two concepts we need to cover first. One of those concepts is if statements, the other concept is input. So let's first of all talk about input. Input refers to how the player tells the game what to do. You push a button on the keyboard, you push left on the joystick, you throw your controller across the room and it accidentally pushes the trigger button. These are all things that tell the game what to do. Unity has a few different ways to listen for player input, and in this project, we'll be using the absolute simplest input method so that you're not overwhelmed. We're just going to do a very simple system, which will be based upon the new input system, but that's all we need to know for now. So if you don't know about the new and the old, for a long time, Unity used an input system, then they changed it, and they just called it the old and the new. We pretty much just use the new now, but if you're looking at some old forums or some old information, or you've got some old projects that you worked on in the past, it might have an old input system. And in this project, we're just going to be listening for if the keyboard key is pressed. So for example, the syntax we're going to be using is something like keyboard.current. Whatever key we're interested in is pressed. So that's as complicated as we're going to get, and I'll explain that when we're implementing it in a moment. But how do we know if the player is pushing that key on the keyboard? We need to use an if statement. An if statement lets us check if something is true or not and then do something based upon the result. So for example, if, and then in parentheses, this thing is true, then curly bracket, do this particular thing, close curly bracket. That's the overall syntax structure for an if statement.
Oh, he called it a curly bracket instead of a curly brace.
So for example, if I'm hungry, then eat junk food and hope my wife doesn't catch me doing it. It doesn't guarantee a good result, but this if statement is correct and valid.
Säger, ja damn ausis.
Yeah. The Aussies. I'm not even gonna lie, honestly, Australian accent is like my favorite of all the English accents. It's fun to listen to. It's just so, it's like relaxed and it's like British but without the pretentiousness. Instead, it's like really chill. That's how I would describe the way an Aussie accent sounds.
For us in our game, if a specific key is pressed, move the card.
I find it very uppity.
You do? Australian?
Accordingly, if you move the up key, then move forward. If you push the back key, then move backwards. There's a bit of theory. Let's go put some things into practice. We've back into our script in here. I think it's time for us to delete our comments. They're getting in the way a little bit. We'll tidy it up. And just deleting the start and the update. You don't have to get rid of these. I'm just getting rid of it so I can fit more things on my screen for you to be able to see at home. I'm also, while I'm here, I don't think we're going to need to use our start method because we want to be listening constantly. Are you pushing the button? Are you pushing the button? That needs to be an update. So I'm going to highlight my start method and the curly braces and get rid of all of that. So once again, just so you can see it on the screen, you don't have to get rid of it. You can leave it there, but I want to get as much of my usable code for you at one point in time on the screen. So we've got our two methods that we wrote, rotate and translate. For now, we're not going to worry about them. We're just going to ignore them. We'll push them down the bottom a little bit. We'll start writing our if statement. So in here, let's kick off. We need to start with the keyword if and then our parentheses. I'm going to go ahead and create my curly braces down below. So that's the open curly brace, close curly brace. There we have it. That's the structure. Getting the squiggly line because it's saying if what, man? If Rick, come on, give me some info here. I need to know what to do. I showed you the syntax in our slide before. We're wanting to know if a keyboard is pressed, a keyboard button or keyboard key specifically. So we tap into the keyboard class. This is a keyboard class. One thing to note is the keyboard class lives within the Unity Engine.input system namespace. So it's really important. If you don't have the Unity input system namespace up here, you should do that. But if you don't, we'll need to type that. So using Unity.
No, the one thing I'm actually wondering right now about namespaces is it's like, okay, using Unity Engine, but why do I have to say using Unity Engine dot, what did he say? Input or something? Input system. Like, if I'm using Unity Engine, isn't it using everything in Unity Engine, including input system already? Like, I don't really understand why I have to add this line. Or maybe I don't have to. It seems like I do.
Rewinds et säger, it's a nested namespace.
Oh, so the parent one doesn't include the nested one just by default. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like a nested class and it's named. Okay, got you.
Rewinds et
That makes
säger,
sense.
asterisk probably, in from C++, so I can't say for sure but likely.
Okay.
engine.input system, and that allows us to access all of the goodies, the classes, the variables, the methods that are contained within the input system. If we were to comment this out, I'm just going to put a comment before that. That means we're no longer using that namespace or that bunch of goodies, and everything that relates to that or everything we're trying to pull from that won't know what's going on. So I'll uncomment that. Okay, so back down to where I was talking about keyboard. Keyboard belongs within input system namespace. That's why I was raising that as a point. Keyboard dot current, that's basically saying the one you're doing right now. Current dot, now we choose what key we want. Let's do moving forward, and I love the arrow keys, but a lot of people like the WASD, and when I've done this in the past and taught these sorts of things, people get upset if I use the arrow keys. So I'm going to use the W key, but you know what? At some point, I might go and change that to the arrow key if I start not being able to drive my car around properly. So W key.
Wow, he's old school.
So the WASD, W key. Then we need to see, are you pressing it? And the way we do that is
säger, what he is talking about.
He's saying like he used to do for this tutorial, use the arrow keys.
Rewinds et säger, no one has
Oh,
used
what is he?
the
Oh, I
arrow
get it.
keys
Oh,
for
I was
a
literally
lot of
I was literally answering that. Sorry. No one uses the arrow keys for 20 plus years. Literally. Yes. Like, honestly, what is he talking about? He calls himself a game developer?
by typing is
Like, if this was like an interview question, oh, which keys do you use to move? And they answer the arrow keys, it's like you failed the interview.
pressed. Is pressed is going to return or tell us, are you being pressed, yes or no? So this whole thing right here will resolve or will return or will tell us, are you true or are you false?
Yeah, everything's in update right now. Okay. Oh, where are all these monsters? I wonder if this also this like wrench icon. I don't think it shows up on the screen. Yeah, the pop-ups don't show up, but there's like a little wrench icon next to some of the suggestions, and I'm wondering if that actually means property. What was that other one that was a property? Was transform.rotate. Wait, so if I do transform, well that yeah, it has a key, it has a little wrench, so I think that always means it's a property. So, oh, why did I just delete everything? It's fine. If so that it should, so that's probably a property too. Keyboard dot current. So then current is probably, oh yeah, it even says it has a get, but not a set. W key is pressed.
If you're true, that means the key is being pressed, and then we do the things in the curly braces. What do we want to do? For now, let's do a print to the console. Debug.log is how we print to the console, open parentheses, and our quotation marks. We are pushing forward. And then semicolon down the end. So simply, if we're pushing the W key, we're going to print to the console, we are pushing forward. Let's save that back into Unity to make sure that it's all working fine and dandy. Click on the console so that we can see the action there. Click on play. Don't worry about what our car's doing. It's going to go flying off in the distance and misbehave and all that kind of stuff. I'm just looking when I push the W key. Each time I push that, it is being registered. And you can see if I hold it down, this number's going up. And if I let go, the number stops. Holding down, letting go, holding down, letting go. And basically it is testing to see, I'm getting really distracted by this thing flying around, by the way. It's saying if you're held down, then just have this say yes, 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 every frame that it's being held down. Okay, let's stop all of that. If you want to clear this information here, you can just click on the clear button. That'll clear your console, freshen it up. Yes, 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 every frame that it's being held down. Okay, let's stop all of that. If you want to clear this information here, you can just click on the clear button. That'll clear your console, freshen it up. We'll go back to our script. Now what we want to do is the same if for our other situations. So going forward, going backwards, left and right, and that I'm going to give to you as a challenge. Set up our if statements, create if statements for the remaining conditions, left, right, we've already done forwards and backwards. For each condition, print the appropriate message to the console.
Okay. Yeah. I do really enjoy the whole auto formatting thing that Visual Studio does. I don't have to like put things where they should go.
So that should be fairly straightforward for you. Just do copy, paste, make sure it all works, test it out. And if you get stuck at all, no worries, I'll show you my solution when you're back. So pause the video, take that on, see you back here shortly. Okie dokie, I'm going to do a little bit of copy, paste, cheaty McCheatery. So paste, paste, paste. That was terrible, wasn't it? Goodness me, I could have done that.
Oh, I should have actually done that. I just changed the keys.
a little bit better, but now I have to go back in and format it because I'm being all lazy. Okay, we'll leave a little bit of space. These things don't really matter, the white space it's called, so I could have a whole bunch of space here and it would be just fine. Unity and C# wouldn't be upset about that at all.
One of my favorite parts of C# is that it doesn't care about space. That's why I hate Python.
I could do it like that if I wanted. I could have my debug right smack bang against that. So there's plenty of ways. The spacing doesn't really matter in terms of the code. It just matters in terms of making it legible and organized. And if another programmer walks past and looks over your shoulder, they're not going to be like, what the heck are you doing, man? So you want to make sure that it's all nicely organized. Okay, so what is this one here? We went forwards, now we'll do backwards. So the A key, hopefully you figured out, just replace the W with an A, and we are pushing backwards. We'll go left, which will be the A key. We are pushing left, and then we'll do the, what's that, the D key. I keep having to lean over my microphone, that's why I'm pausing. It's a, what key is that? We are pushing right. Okay, fun fact, what you could do in here, instead of W key, you could say up arrow key, which I really prefer, to be honest. I like the arrow keys. It's right next to my mouth.
Oh no, he's doing the forbidden thing. Ugh.
Drive the car around. But for the purpose of keeping everyone happy, I'll do WASD. I sound like a big victim having a big sook. Violins are playing in the background. Okay, let's save that up. Back over into here. See if Rick can figure out how to use WASD. The old boomer that he is. So make sure you click on your game window here. I didn't do that, and then I was really confused what was going on. Okay, we'll give ourselves a little bit more console space as well. So up, down, no, left, right. So my down's not working. Did I put the wrong key in? Okay, up, down, left, right. The other ones are working, just down is not. Let's go have a look and see where Rick made a mistake. W for forward and then A for down. What was going on here? Okay, sorry about that. Apologies. You're probably yelling at the screen. Rick, you fool. That's not how it works. It's an S. Look at me. I was so much in a tizzy over the using the arrow keys and not liking WASD that I couldn't even figure out how to type the right letter. So, okay, let's click play now. Click in my game window. Up, forward, yep, down, backward. Oh, I've got it now, left and right. Fantastic. It's all working exactly as we want it to. So obviously, it's still not driving our car, but we wanted to get the structure in there that we can do up, down, left, right. The one thing I want to talk about before we go is we've got a little bit of bad logic in here because we're saying if you're pushing the W key, go forward. If you're pushing the S key, go backwards. Currently, you could do both of those things at the same time. That doesn't make any sense. The game will be sitting there saying, okay, you're pushing forward and backwards. What do you want me to do? There's a solution to that by putting in front of our if statement, we put in the word else. Else means otherwise or do this if that's not the case. So if you're pushing forward, then hey, go for it, go forward. Otherwise, if you're not pushing forward, this is else if, then pushing backwards will have you go backwards. Now we have our left, it starts the if conversation all over again. Okay, well, if this is happening, then we need to put in another else if you can go to the right. So we're saying you can go forwards or backwards, you can go left or you can go right, but you can't do both of those things. And because we have if, then else if, and then if once again, it's saying, okay, cool, what's the relationship here? If and else if, those two belong to each other, and they're saying you can only do one of those two things. There we go. We snuck in a little extra concept with the else if. It's still part of the if statement. It's just a little bit of an extra bit of information there. Okay, that's all for this lecture. I'm pretty sure in the next lecture, we'll actually get our car driving around. Let's give that as a good stretch goal, shall we? Okay, see you in the next lecture.
Okay, cool. So, honestly, one of the things I'm thinking about doing is like instead of creating whole new projects for each project, is just like recycling the old project and taking the code and copy pasting it away, basically, whatever, that kind of thing, so that I don't have to like remake a whole new project and wait 30 years for it to generate, and it's probably like taking a lot of space on my hard drive and all that jazz. Just thoughts. Cool. Done with Unity. Let's get just to a bit of math, because I think I'm really close to finishing the 7th grade in Khan Academy. Let me just go sign into things quickly. Okay, cool. What? Oh. Oh, there's another square. No. What does the base? What? What? Where's at the base? Oh, I thought this 1.5 was referring to the height going up. It's referring to this line here. I get it. I get it. do you do this one? Oh, the picture doesn't look square. Oh, it does say that though. $12 meters, so then by 3. Oh, 12. 8. It's probably 110. These problems are actually kind of annoying. One, 2. Times 3. And 50 outside. Oh god, looking at these pictures, because it's like 2D, honestly kind of messes with my head. 22 times 5. What's the base? Let's draw it in. 30. This is 10. Oh my god, I hate these problems are so annoying. I keep losing track of like which side. And there's 22 times 10. What's wrong here? Oh my god. Okay. 20. 22 times 5 plus 22 times 10. That covers the front. Back should be identical. Plus 22 times 10. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the side parts. This height is 20. This is 22. This is 10. So 10 times 20 3 times? Oh, I kind of want to skip this. Just because it's so annoying to keep track of this in my head, which part I did. Twelve centimeters. Okay, and then I did the big one, but I think that's what I divided it. Which makes sense. A 5, 10 by 5, 20 by 5. 12 by 5, 10 by 5, 22 by 5.
Sensation understreck Black 1984 säger catchphrase.
Okay, I need to divide this into sections that are like manageable. Okay, so I could do like. Oh, it's weird because like when I look at these stupid shapes, sometimes it ends up like flipping on me how to interpret them because you can see them as like forwards or backwards, like, and it's just like I hate looking at these stupid images. It like hurts my head. Oh wow, and they want area this time. Oh, no, that's not too bad. That's way better than surface area. It's less things to do. So I could just divide it like this, as in like this. 2 blocks. So 0.5. Do the small one first. 0.5. This is the length, the height, width, yeah, times 0.15 times 0.2 015. So this is 0.2 times 0.3. Now I just need this part. I need the width. Width was 0.5. 3 plus 0.03 plus 0.015. Thank God. Angela makes a pillow in the shape of a wedge. She's watching TV. The pillow is filled with 0.35 meters. Fluffy material. What is the length of the pillow? What can I not? Oh, there it is. The drawing. So base is 1. No, 0.5. 1/2 is 0.35. Yeah, 0.5. 1.4. Please pick my gauge around with the dimensions shown below. Stand the bone triangle reaches a height of 8 centimeters. So it's a new terrain for painting this larger. The base of the new terrain is 25 and 64 centimeters. Like move the existing sand to the new terrarium. How deep will the sand be in the new terrarium? Ugh. I need the volume of sand. Reaches a height of 8 centimeters. 50 times 20 times 8. I guess 8,000 centimeters. So then 8,000 equals 1,600. 5 centimeters. A candy store called Sugar built a giant hollow sugar cube out of wood, hang above the entrance to the store. It took 13.5 meters squared of material to build the cube. What's the volume inside the giant sugar cube? So a cube has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides, so 13.5 divided by 6. So 2.25 per thingy equals length times width. It's cubes, so they have the same length, height. So it'd be 2x, 2.25 divided by 2. So maybe 1.125. I don't know, they're not. .25. Actually, maybe it's like equal to x squared. So maybe like square root. .5. But I feel like that would be weird to ask, I'm just wrong. Damn it. No, 1.5, no, that's right, but it's, probably 1.5. That's the side. 1.5 times 1.5 times 1.5. Oh, I forgot I was asking for volume. 3.375. Well, they do want square root. Oh, I should have got that right. So sad. It's 0.5, 2, divided by 5 times 3, 2. Oh god, and complete. Discard what we have. Plenty of things. That. Honestly, I could do the Danish podcast now. Let me just try my category. Change my category. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Sensation understreck Black 1984 säger, Damnit Jim I'm a doctor, not a taxidermist.
In the back. Mm.
Hej alle sammen, og velkommen tilbage til podcasten Dansk for Begyndere. Som altid er jeg rigtig glad og taknemmelig for, at du lytter med i dag. I dagens afsnit skal vi tale om kolonihaver, et emne, som er dybt forankret i den danske kultur og har en helt særlig plads i danskernes hjerter. Kolonihaver er meget mere end bare haver med grøntsager og blomster. De er et fristed, et fællesskab og en vigtig del af det danske hverdagsliv. Så lad os gå i gang og dykke ned i dagens tema. Forestil dig et lille område med farverige haver, lave hække, blomstrende roser og små hyggelige træhuse. Der er stille, bier summer, og et sted dufter det af friskbagt kage fra et åbent vindue. Det er kolonihaven. Et af Danmarks mest elskede og karakteristiske kulturelle fænomener. En kolonihave er et stykke jord, som man lejer af en forening eller kommunen, og som man bruger til at dyrke planter, grøntsager og blomster, og til at slappe af. De fleste kolonihaveområder ligger i udkanten af de store byer, og de fungerer som en grøn lunge midt i det urbane liv. For mange danskere er kolonihaven det tætteste, de kommer på at have et hus med have, og den fylder en stor rolle i deres fritidsliv. Der er kolonihaveområder over hele Danmark, men de er særligt udbredte i og omkring de store byer som København, Aarhus og Odense. I København alene er der mange tusinde kolonihaver fordelt på adskillige foreninger, og ventelisterne for at få en have kan være meget lange. Det siger noget om, hvor efterspurgte de er. Kolonihaverne i Danmark har en historie, der går tilbage til slutningen af 1800-tallet. På det tidspunkt voksede byerne hurtigt på grund af industrialiseringen, og mange arbejderfamilier boede trængt og havde ingen adgang til grønne områder. Kolonihaverne blev oprettet som et svar på det. Et sted, hvor almindelige mennesker kunne komme ud i naturen, dyrke deres egne grøntsager og komme væk fra byens støj og trængsel. I starten var kolonihaverne primært praktiske. Man dyrkede mad til familien, fordi det var nødvendigt. Men efterhånden som levestandarden steg, ændrede havernes karakter sig. De blev mere rekreative og mindre nødvendige som madkilde. I dag er kolonihaven et sted for afslapning, kreativitet og fællesskab, selvom mange stadig elsker at dyrke deres egne tomater, kartofler og urter. Kolonihavebevægelsen i Danmark er organiseret under Kolonihaveforbundet, som er en stor og indflydelsesrig organisation, der varetager kolonihaveejernes interesser og sikrer, at haverne bevares for fremtiden. Det er en organisation, der tages seriøst, og kolonihaverne er faktisk beskyttet ved lov i Danmark. En central del af kolonihaven er havehuset. Det er den lille bygning, der hører til haven. Havehusene varierer enormt i størrelse og stil. Nogle er meget enkle og beskedne, mens andre nærmest minder om rigtige sommerhuse med køkken, soveværelse og terrasse. Mange haveejere bruger år på at pynte og indrette deres havehus, og det bliver med tiden meget personligt og hyggeligt. Om sommeren er det ikke ualmindeligt, at familier tilbringer store dele af ferien i kolonihaven. Børnene leger i haven, de voksne sidder på terrassen med en kold øl eller et glas rosé, og naboerne kigger over hækken for at sige hej. Det er en meget afslappet og social form for ferie, der minder lidt om livet i et sommerhusområde, bare tættere på byen. Der er dog regler for, hvor meget tid man må bo i sin kolonihave. I de fleste foreninger må man ikke bo der hele året rundt. Kolonihaven er beregnet til fritidsbrug og ikke som permanent bolig. Det er en regel, der til tider skaber diskussion, men den er med til at bevare havernes særlige karakter som frirum frem for boligområde. En af de største glæder ved kolonihaven er muligheden for at dyrke sin egen mad. Der er noget helt særligt ved at spise en tomat, man selv har sået, passet og høstet. Det smager anderledes, bedre end det, man kan købe i supermarkedet. Og det giver en tilfredsstillelse og en forbindelse til naturen, som er svær at finde andre steder i en travl hverdag. Mange kolonihaveejere dyrker et bredt udvalg af grøntsager. Tomater, agurker, courgetter, ærter, bønner, løg og gulerødder er klassikere. Og så er der krydderurterne, basilikum, persille, timian, rosmarin, som alle giver haven en dejlig duft og sætter smag på maden. Jordbær er også enormt populære, og der er få ting, der slår at spise friskplukket jordbær direkte fra haven. Frugttræer er en anden fast bestanddel af mange kolonihaver. Æbletræer, pæretræer og blommetræer fylder haverne med blomster om foråret og frugt om efteråret. Mange haveejere laver syltetøj, saft og marmelade af den høstede frugt. Det er en tradition, der holder liv i en gammel form for madkultur. En kolonihave er ikke bare et stykke jord. Den er en del af et fællesskab. Kolonihaveforeningerne arrangerer fælles aktiviteter, arbejdsdage og sociale arrangementer, og der er ofte en stærk og varm stemning blandt naboerne i haverne. Man hjælper hinanden, deler overskydende grøntsager over hækken og holder øje med hinandens haver, når man er på ferie. Mange foreninger har fælles faciliteter som et foreningshus, en legeplads og fælles grønne arealer. Her kan man mødes til sommerfester, loppemarked eller bare en hyggelig eftermiddag med naboerne. Det sociale liv i kolonihaveforeningen er for mange haveejere en vigtig del af oplevelsen. Måske lige så vigtig som selve haven. Der er selvfølgelig også regler og forpligtelser forbundet med at have en kolonihave. Man skal holde sin have pæn og rydelig, overholde foreningens vedtægter og bidrage til fællesskabet. Det kræver lidt engagement, men de fleste haveejere oplever det som en naturlig og positiv del af at høre til et fællesskab. I de seneste år har interessen for kolonihaver oplevet en stor opblomstring. Særligt efter coronapandemien, hvor mange danskere fik øjnene op for værdien af grønne udrum og ro, er efterspørgslen på kolonihaver steget markant. Ventelisterne er blevet endnu længere, og priserne på kolonihavehus er steget tilsvarende. Det er ikke kun de ældre generationer, der søger mod kolonihaverne. Mange unge familier og par i 30'erne og 40'erne drømmer om at få deres egen lille have, og de er villige til at vente i årevis for at få en. Det vidner om, at kolonihaven stadig er utrolig relevant, måske mere end nogensinde, i en tid, hvor mange savner forbindelsen til naturen og et fristed fra den digitale hverdag. Bæredygtighed spiller også en stigende rolle i kolonihavekulturen. Mange haveejere er optaget af at dyrke økologisk, minimere spild og skabe levesteder for bier og andre insekter. Insekthoteller, kompostbunker og regnvandstønder er blevet almindelig syn i de moderne kolonihaver, og det afspejler en bredere bevidsthed om miljø og natur.
No, hvad er det så?
Kolonihaven er med andre ord ikke bare et nostalgiprojekt. Den er en levende og udviklende del af det danske samfund, der formår at kombinere tradition med moderne værdier, og det er måske netop derfor, den stadig holder så stærkt. Og med det sagt, så var det alt for i dag. Tusind tak, fordi du lyttede med. Jeg håber, du kunne følge med, og at du måske har fået lyst til at besøge et kolonihaveområde næste gang du er i Danmark. For der er virkelig noget fredeligt og særligt over de små grønne haver med de farverige huse. Hvis du har lyst til at støtte podcasten med et lille beløb, kan du gøre det på Buy Me a Coffee. Linket er i podcastbeskrivelsen. Det er naturligvis helt frivilligt, og alt indhold er gratis. Det vigtigste er, at du lærer dansk og har glæde af episoderne. Som altid håber jeg, at vi høres ved igen næste gang. Indtil da, pas rigtig godt på dig selv. Hej hej. Hej alle sammen, og velkommen tilbage til podcasten Dansk for Begyndere. Som altid er jeg rigtig glad og taknemmelig for, at du lytter med i dag. I dagens afsnit skal vi tale om kolonihaver, et emne, som er dybt forankret i den danske kultur og har en helt særlig plads i danskernes hjerter. Kolonihaver er meget mere end bare haver med grøntsager og blomster. De er et fristed, et fællesskab og en vigtig del af det danske hverdagsliv. Så lad os gå i gang og dykke ned i dagens tema. Forestil dig et lille område med farverige haver, lave hække, blomstrende roser og små hyggelige træhuse. Der er stille, bier summer, og et sted dufter det af friskbagt kage fra et åbent vindue. Det er kolonihaven. Et af Danmarks mest elskede og karakteristiske kulturelle fænomener. En kolonihave er et stykke jord, som man lejer af en forening eller kommunen, og som man bruger til at dyrke planter, grøntsager og blomster, og til at slappe af. De fleste kolonihaveområder ligger i udkanten af de store byer, og de fungerer som en grøn lunge midt i det urbane liv. For mange danskere er kolonihaven det tætteste, de kommer på at have et hus med have, og den fylder en stor rolle i deres fritidsliv. Der er kolonihaveområder over hele Danmark, men de er særligt udbredte i og omkring de store byer som København, Aarhus og Odense. I København alene er der mange tusinde kolonihaver fordelt på adskillige foreninger, og ventelisterne for at få en have kan være meget lange. Det siger noget om, hvor efterspurgte de er. Kolonihaverne i Danmark har en historie, der går tilbage til slutningen af 1800-tallet. På det tidspunkt voksede byerne hurtigt på grund af industrialiseringen, og mange arbejderfamilier boede trængt og havde ingen adgang til grønne områder. Kolonihaverne blev oprettet som et svar på det. Et sted, hvor almindelige mennesker kunne komme ud.
Imo for the night, have a good night, see you tomorrow maybe.
Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow, maybe. Thanks for playing with me and Leon earlier. It was really fun.
Naturen, dyrke deres egne grøntsager og komme væk. Kolonihaverne blev oprettet som et svar på det. Et sted, hvor almindelige mennesker kunne komme ud i naturen, dyrke deres egne grøntsager og komme væk fra byens støj og trængsel. I starten var kolonihaverne primært praktiske. Man dyrkede mad til familien, fordi det var nødvendigt. Men efterhånden som levestandarden steg, ændrede havernes karakter sig. De blev mere rekreative og mindre nødvendige som madkilde. Som levested. I starten var kolonihaverne primært praktiske. Man dyrkede mad til familien, fordi det var nødvendigt. Men efterhånden som levestandarden steg, ændrede havernes karakter sig. De blev mere rekreative og mindre nødvendige som madkilde. I dag er kolonihaven et sted for afslapning, kreativitet. De blev mere rekreative og mindre nødvendige som madkilde. I dag er kolonihaven et sted for afslapning, kreativitet. Og fællesskab. Selvom mange stadig elsker at dyrke deres egne tomater, kartofler og urter. Kolonihavebevægelsen i Danmark er organiseret under Kolonihaveforbundet, som er en stor og indflydelsesrig organisation, der varetager kolonihaveejernes interesser og sikrer, at haverne bevares for fremtiden. Det er en organisationsrig organisation, der varetager kolonihaveejernes interesser og sikrer, at haverne bevares for fremtiden. Det er en organisation, der tages seriøst, og kolonihaverne er faktisk beskyttet ved lov i Danmark. En central del af kolonihaven er havehuset. Det er den lille bygning, der hører til haven. Havehusene varierer enormt i størrelse og stil. Nogle er meget enkle og beskedne, mens andre nærmest minder om rigtige sommerhuse med køkken, soveværelse og terrasse. Mange haveejere bruger år på at pynte og indrette deres havehus, og det bliver med tiden meget personligt og hyggeligt. Om sommeren er det ikke ualmindeligt, at familier tilbringer store dele af ferien i kolonihaven. Børnene leger i haven, de voksne sidder på terrassen med en kold øl eller et glas rosé, og naboerne kigger over hækken for at sige hej. Det er en meget afslappet og social form for ferie. Der minder lidt om livet i et sommerhusområde, bare tættere på byen. Der er dog regler for, hvor meget tid man må bo i sin kolonihave. I de fleste foreninger må man ikke bo der hele året rundt. Kolonihaven er beregnet til fritidsbrug og ikke som permanent bolig. Det er en regel, der til tider skaber diskussion, men den er med til at bevare havernes særlige karakter som frirum frem for boligområde. En af de største glæder ved kolonihaven er muligheden for at dyrke sin egen mad. Der er noget helt særligt ved at spise en tomat, man selv har sået, passet og høstet. Det smager anderledes, bedre end det man kan købe i supermarkedet. Og det giver en tilfredsstillelse og en forbindelse til naturen, som er svær at finde andre steder i en travl hverdag. Mange kolonihaveejere dyrker et bredt udvalg af grøntsager. Tomater, agurker, courgetter, ærter, bønner, løg og gulerødder er klassikere. Og så er der krydderurterne, basilikum, persille, timian, rosmarin, som alle giver haven en dejlig duft og sætter smag på maden. Jordbær er også enormt populære, og der er få ting, der slår at spise friskplukket jordbær direkte fra haven. Frugttræer er en anden fast bestanddel af mange kolonihaver. Æbletræer, pæretræer og blommetræer fylder haverne med blomster om foråret og frugt om efteråret. Mange haveejere laver syltetøj, saft og marmelade af den høstede frugt. Det er en tradition, der holder liv i en gammel form for madkultur. En koloni syltetøj, saft og marmelade af den høstede frugt. Det er en tradition, der holder liv i en gammel form for madkultur. En kolonihave er ikke bare et stykke jord. Den er en del af et fællesskab. Kolonihaveforeningerne arrangerer fælles aktiviteter, arbejdsdage og sociale arrangementer, og der er ofte en stærk og varm stemning blandt naboerne i haverne. Man hjælper hinanden, deler overskydende grøntsager over hækken og holder øje med hinandens haver, når man er på ferie. Mange foreninger har fælles faciliteter som et foreningshus, en legeplads og fælles grønne arealer. Her kan man mødes til sommerfester, loppemarked eller bare en hyggelig eftermiddag med naboerne. Det sociale liv i kolonihaven. Her kan man mødes til sommerfester, loppemarked eller bare en hyggelig eftermiddag med naboerne. Det sociale liv i kolonihaveforeningen er for mange haveejere en vigtig del af oplevelsen, måske lige så vigtig som selve haven. Der er selvfølgelig også regler og forpligtelser og forbundet med at have en kolonihave. Oplevelsen måske lige så vigtig som selve haven. Der er selvfølgelig også regler og forpligtelser og forbundet med at have en kolonihave. Oplevelsen måske lige så vigtig som selve haven. Der er selvfølgelig også regler og forpligtelser og forbundet med at have en kolonihave. Man skal holde sin have pæn og rødelig, overholde foreningens vedtægter og bidrage til fællesskabet. Det kræver lidt engagement, men de fleste haveejere oplever det som en naturlig og positiv del af at høre til et fællesskab. I de seneste år har interessen for kolonihaver oplevet en stor opblomstring. Særligt efter coronapandemien, hvor mange danskere fik øjnene op for værdien af grønne udrum og ro, er efterspørgslen på kolonihaver steget markant. Ventelisterne er blevet endnu længere, og priserne på kolonihavehus er steget tilsvarende. Det er ikke kun de ældre generationer, der søger mod kolonihaverne. Mange unge familier og par i 30'erne og 40'erne drømmer om at få deres egen lille have, og de er villige til at vente i årevis for at få en. Det vidner om, at kolonihaven stadig er utrolig relevant. Måske mere end nogensinde, i årevis for at få en. Det vidner om, at kolonihaven stadig er utrolig relevant, måske mere end nogensinde, i en tid, hvor mange savner forbindelsen til naturen og et fristed fra den digitale hverdag. Bæredygtighed spiller også en stigende rolle i kolonihavekulturen. Mange haveejere er optaget af at dyrke økologisk, minimere spild og skabe levesteder for bier og andre insekter. Insekthoteller, kompostbunker og regnvandstønder er blevet almindelig syn i de moderne kolonihaver. Og det afspejler en bredere bevidsthed om miljø og natur. Kolonihaven er med andre ord ikke bare et nostalgiprojekt. Den er en levende og udviklende del af det danske samfund, der formår at kombinere tradition med moderne værdier, og det er måske netop derfor, den stadig holder så stærkt. Og med det sagt, så var det alt for i dag. Tusind tak, fordi du lyttede med. Jeg håber, du kunne følge med, og at du måske har fået lyst til at besøge et kolonihaveområde næste gang du er i Danmark. For der er virkelig noget fredeligt og særligt over de små grønne haver med de farverige huse. Hvis du har lyst til at støtte podcasten med et lille beløb, kan du gøre det på Buy Me a Coffee. Linket er i podcastbeskrivelsen. Det er naturligvis helt frivilligt, og alt indhold er gratis. Det vigtigste er, at du lærer dansk og har glæde af episoderne. Som altid håber jeg, at vi høres ved igen næste gang. Indtil da, pas rigtig godt på dig selv. Hej hej.
Oh, okay, that one was more difficult than usual. Nope, it's past midnight, so I'm gonna go to bed now. So I've got to be able to get all the things, touch a little bit of all the topics that I wanted to study, so that's cool. Yeah, good night.